officers. When we deployed our officers this morning, we saw the public order units on the ground sweeping across the downtown core from east to west and moving demonstrators out of the parliamentary precinct. Our officers continued to face resistance. At one point, a flare was ignited by a protester. Officers used a chemical irritant, also known as pepper spray, to disperse unlawful demonstrators who were resisting police orders. Sadly, we again saw young children being brought to the unlawful demonstration and to the front of our police operation. This is dangerous and is putting young children at risk.
And again, that was the Ottawa Acting Police Chief. Well, Zexy Lee is an Ottawa resident and the lead plaintiff in the class action suit against the so-called Freedom Convoy. As we take a look at police once again clearing out the streets on Wellington, Zexy Lee joins us right now. Zexy, thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Listen, I'm wondering how you're feeling right now. You've been living in and amongst the chaos, the loud noise, the profanity for weeks now. How do you feel as you watch Ottawa police and others move in on the protesters?
I'm incredibly grateful that it looks like all of this is finally coming to an end. While I think the response is long overdue, it is definitely a relief either way.
Talk to us about what you have gone through these 3.5 weeks or so, because on social media, many people in the Centretown area of Ottawa describe the conditions as much like torture.
I think it is lost on a lot of people the extent of the suffering that was inflicted upon the residents of Centretown, especially in the first 10 days of this occupation, an occupation that has been illegal from the start. The constant sound torture was incredibly distressing for myself, but for many other residents who may suffer from mental illness, who have certain conditions, and even babies and young children, the suffering that was inflicted was absolutely unacceptable, and it was consistently diminished by all levels of law enforcement and government for far too long.
Well, let's pick up on that point. What do you mean by that? What was it like to be hopeless that action was taken for days or weeks, not months?
It was incredibly disheartening every single day to wake up and know that while some police may be on our streets, they were either instructed or refusing to enforce the law that they had committed to uphold. And then in addition to that, hearing the dispassionate response from leadership in our city, for the most part. Obviously there were some shining lights of hope of individuals like Catherine McKenney, but for the most part, those with power, those with the ability to help us, refuse to do so.
What is
I am not a mind reader. I can only say so much about the reasoning behind the inaction that we had seen for many, many days. I think part of it is that there were very difficult decisions to make. It was a, like we said, unprecedented situation. However, at the end of the day, we elect our leaders and they are employed to make these difficult decisions and have the information necessary to make the best decision specifically for the residents. And that simply did not happen. There was a clear dereliction of duty from many levels of government, to be quite honest, and it was extremely difficult for the residents of Centretown to have to rely on one another rather than relying on the institutions that are supposed to protect us.
Now you bravely stepped forward, and because of your actions, an injunction was granted that stopped the constant blaring of horns during this protest and occupation. And to my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong here, your injunction is now being used in terms of the charges being filed against protest organizers. How does that feel?
It's a sense of gratification, because ultimately, from the very beginning, what these individuals have done to us and what these individuals have incited others to do to us have been completely illegal from the get-go. I think I'm a little sad that it is my injunction that has to be used at this point, considering that the first injunction should have most definitely been from the city, not from a resident who was so desperate that they needed to take action by themselves. But
creating content for Canadians instead of
nonetheless,
Americans. I got to meet a guy like you, Jason, that kind of put me in touch with more people on the board.
they broke the law countless times, and many people suffered for it. And I believe very strongly that they must face the consequences for that.
You know, the noise aside, there certainly were many reports this past week of people being verbally harassed. In some cases, even particularly to my understanding, people being targeted for their sex, their ethnicity, their sexual orientation, gender identity. What has it been like for you? Has it affected your feeling of safety in your own neighborhood?
Without a doubt. I think from day one, for most of us, to be quite honest with you, the feeling of the tension in the air that having these people in their streets have brought upon us, and in addition to that, the blatant disregard for the law, it created an environment in Centertown where anything could go. People were breaking the laws left and right while police watched. And the only thing that begets is more law breaking. And very clearly, it continued to escalate. And yes, the violence of many, many kinds were inflicted upon the residents of Centertown. And it's honestly unbelievable how little attention was paid towards this until it was already, quite frankly, too late. And mind you, it wasn't only the individual characteristics that were targeted. Even if you were wearing a mask, just a mask, which is your right to protect your health and safety, especially with all the diesel fumes in the air, you were an instant target. There are individuals who knowingly took off their masks when in downtown because they would be specifically harassed. People yell at you on the streets to take it off. People honked at you because you were wearing a mask, and they relished in the fear that we felt. They would cheer when we flinched from the honks, and when I say we, I can speak to this personally as well. But it was difficult. It was very difficult, and a lot of the violence that did occur within our streets were unseen, and the narrative that this was a peaceful protest has been utterly untrue from the start. From the noise torture that was the part of the original plan for these individuals, and to the countless individual experiences that people have had just living in downtown, it's completely unacceptable.
You know, it's one of those hard realities that once your safety in your own home is compromised, it's hard to ever feel that safe again. How are you feeling right now, knowing that police are enforcing this abandonment of the camp and criminal charges are being laid?
I can only speak for myself from this perspective, because really I do feel a lot more comfort knowing that finally enforcement is happening and that these individuals have a very clear message being sent by the police, not only through their media releases, but also through their actions now. A very clear difference from what we had seen in the first few weeks. Originally, whenever there was a lull of silence, the fear that the honking or the noise would begin again was constant. But now, I do finally feel that this terrible, terrible month is finally coming to a close, and for that, I'm grateful, but without a doubt, no matter how much gratitude I might feel in this moment, there needs to be accountability for how this could have possibly happened.
And accountability, by that do you mean Ottawa Police, local government, provincial? How far do you need this accountability to be examined?
Personally, I feel that the action or inaction in a lot of cases, to be quite frank, investigated. The clear inaction from the Ottawa Police Services from the very get-go has, and this can't be argued, it enabled and emboldened these individuals for this entire time. And that inaction and the lack of response from all levels of government from the day this began, that is what created this unprecedented situation.
Now, I think speaking in terms of what we've been showing, we continue to see arrests being made along the protest site. We are now looking on the predominant side of the screen on the right. Protest tents, vehicles being taken away, torn down. One person at the bottom of the screen being arrested right now by police involved in today's actions. And part of the strategy today, Lexi, has been to clear the protest away from Wellington Street, which again is on the southern border of the parliamentary precinct. But they're trying to put protesters or lead protesters further away south, down streets like O'Connor, Bank, but into more residential areas. Are you concerned about safety for tonight?
I'm very concerned. While we have seen a very significant increase in police presence in Ottawa as a whole, much of that has been concentrated in the less residential areas, and there is more fear downtown within our homes, but, well, for me personally, but there is fear on the streets because these people who have believed for weeks now that the law doesn't apply to them, that they're exempt from the law, that they can do whatever they want, they are now being faced with harsh reality that there are consequences to their actions, and that, in fact, the law does apply to them. It is frightening on the streets because you can see them, that they have illegally occupied our streets for the past few weeks, and now they are all wandering about, and they're not able to do the same actions that they have been doing. So it sort of leads you to wonder, what will they do next? Since they're allowed to run freely when we've already undergone so much suffering and harassment at direct hand from them. And everyone is telling, we all tell one another, stay inside, be careful, stay safe, especially now, because of the trust that has been broken and the overall handling of the situation. I don't think there's a lot of faith that's left in the city to protect its residents.
So thank you very much for speaking with us today.
Thank you. Your coverage is so appreciated because we really need to be heard.
Now, to all of this as we continue to monitor the situation on the ground, and to the top of your screen on the left again, view of Wellington.
In the last 2 years as they did in that 3 weeks.
And during that center, what was your relationship like with those business establishments, their staff and owners during the protest?
I remember the Tim Hortons on one of the corners there, truckers were mopping the floor because the staff was overrun. The guys had the mop pail out and they were cleaning the floors. Of course, it's winter time, sloshy and disgusting floors. So we were proud to see that. And
did any of the business owners approach you before the end of the protest about anything they wanted to say to you?
Not that I recall, no.
And I take it you've seen throughout this proceeding witnesses discuss views on assaultive or threatening behavior and what that means. You've seen that?
Apparently, yes.
Now, I understand that you heard a statement from the Prime Minister where he called on backstage is racist, misogynist, and asks, should we tolerate these people? Do you remember hearing that?
I remember hearing that, yeah.
What's your perception of that? Would you say, in your opinion, is that assaultive or threatening?
Be careful again, you've got the,
Understood. What was your perception of that statement?
Very divisive for a leader of a country to be pitting one person in the country against the other person. I would say I felt not very leadership worthy.
And have you experienced assaultive and threatening words and behavior from other politicians or others?
I've seen some of the news reports, I guess. Yeah, there's a few. Not that I can recall. Not that I can recall the names of the ministers, but there's been a few.
Well, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
okay, any re-examination?
Yes, Commissioner. A few points of clarification based on some of the answers you provided, Mr. Barber. In response to questions from counsel from former Chief Slowly, you indicated that in your efforts to speak to the protesters of Rideau Sussex, you said, I think, you spoke to them and you said they had a point. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you remember what their point was?
I don't remember what their point was. There was a barrier, an language barrier there because they were French Canadians. So my French is, I don't speak French, so I had a hard time understanding them.
And when Mr. Champ was asking you questions, I thought I heard you mention that Miss Belton's group was one of the groups that was handing out cash. Did I hear that correctly?
There was sort of a rift, sort of a split between the two groups. Miss Belton's, yeah, when I heard the $500 versus the $2,000, that was Miss Bridget's, was trying to, that group of people that were passing out $2,000 instead of $500.
Did Miss Belton's group have a label?
I don't think so, no.
And how many people were in Miss Belton's group?
That I can't say. 10, 15.
And then again, in response to questions from Mr. Champ, you mentioned that Mr. Bourgault.
Yes.
Okay, do you know Mr. Bourgault's first name?
Joseph.
Okay, and can you just tell the commission a bit more about what Mr. Bourgault was doing in your interactions with him?
Joseph Bourgault is a good friend of mine. He is a big business owner in the province of Saskatchewan. Well-respected man, and he offered his services to mentor. He spoke to me on a regular basis, just protocol and advice, and a really good guy.
Was he providing some financial support to the protesters?
But I think at first our bank accounts were all, like we had no money coming in, Give Send Go or GoFundMe wouldn't release any funds to us, so we were financially strapped for the amount of hotels, so hopefully someday we can pay that back.
And sorry, I don't think I got the answer there. Did Mr. Bourgault provide financial
He
assistance?
did, yes,
And how did he provide financial assistance?
with hotel rooms.
Miss Krajewska from the CCLA was asking you about bank accounts that were being frozen, and as I understood the TD account you spoke about, you said it had been frozen for 3.5 months.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why it was frozen for that
To
long?
this day, I still don't know. I would imagine it had something to do. Miss Lynch added my name to her Toronto Dominion Bank, where the funds, the GoFundMe funds, went into for the GoFundMe, the $1 million, and then the transfer. For transparency, she added myself to her bank account, so everything was out in the open. There was two sets of eyes looking at it. The biggest worry for her was that somebody would accuse her of misusing funds, which wasn't the case.
So the TD bank account you were referring to, that was an account that originally was opened by Miss Lynch.
I had a personal Toronto Dominion, so all she did was merge the two savings accounts so I could physically see her savings account on my card. That's the only thing that I assume had to do with why my bank account was frozen for 3.5 months.
So you had a pre-existing TD account,
Yes.
and then Miss Leach added you to the account that she had created for the purposes of getting the GoFundMe
Yes,
funds.
for the purposes of transparency, so that there was more eyes on that account than just.
And then my final area to examine is we've heard a little bit more about Confederation Park and Major Hills Park. Did you ever see Confederation Park or Major Hills Park?
I'm hoping I can this week. I've never seen it. I've only heard about it, so that'll be on my list to do after this inquiry.
Do you know what use is made of that park?
I have no idea.
Those are
questions. They're probably just general in the sense of what would be the cost of the fuel to have driven here from Saskatchewan?
So today's fuel prices, roughly about $3,000 probably in fuel to come out here from Saskatchewan. It was quite the feat.
And just one thing I wanted to follow up on was you were, one of your main functions, or certainly what you were doing, was to try and keep the emergency lanes open.
Yes, sir.
And you said there were some that you just couldn't keep open. I think you mentioned Rideau. Is that?
Rideau was the hard one. Rideau was the one we tried multiple times. The other one was somewhere on Kent, I believe. We tried really hard to keep Kent open. I remember the first time we visited Kent, we worked all day. We got that lane wide open, and we were so proud of ourselves. We came back the next morning, and it was completely plugged in. We kept working on it. But.
So those are two areas where the lanes couldn't be kept open.
Yes, sir.
Were there other areas that you found either you couldn't keep open or were regularly problematic?
To my recollection, everything was well looked after, other than those two areas. Those were the only two areas of concern that I felt that I had troubles with personally, and the group of people that I was with.
And would that be because they were not, among other things, they weren't part of your group?
Looking for the right coverage to protect you.
Were they part of your group, some of them?
Yeah, the Rideau Sussex was not part of our original group. They were there a day or so before we arrived. Kent may have been. I didn't recognize all the trucks. There was some in Kent that was part of the original
Definitely on the supporter when it comes to these.
And those are my questions, so thank you very much for coming. We will adjourn for the lunch break, an hour for lunch, and come back with that.
La commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
It's alright to feel, even though it's do or die, that we can make it work. Even though the circumstances are, if we try, oh baby, even though it's do or die, we should make it work. We should make this work. Oh, is it right to feel, baby? Even though it's do or die, we can make this work. We should make this work. If we try, baby, even though it's do or die, we can make this work. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Today is Monday, the 15th of December, 2025. And I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night wherever you've been watching this transmission. Whether you're watching us from your condo in the sky, or a camp or a cabin in the woods, or relaxing on your lazy boy, people of the night, welcome to Mike in the Night. It's 3 a.m. and something is moving you. Sorry for the delay in the show tonight, guys. We had no power. Our power went down, and it kept going down, and the computer kept rebooting, and it kept coming back, and it kept going back down, and I don't know if my solar's working right, I don't know what the heck is going on, but we are here tonight for you guys on Mike of the Night, December 15th, 2025, episode 629, and I welcome you all for being here tonight, and our annual Christmas special, maybe we'll tune this episode into 6:30 episode, and then we'll do a second Christmas special for you guys, and we'll just keep plugging away as we go. Anyways, all right, let's do a quick channel plug and what's going on here and how it's going on and what's going. It looks like guys, I got good news. It looks like Junkyard Dog. I don't have Instagram, and he's got a little check mark. I woke up this morning and found a little check mark on my Instagram account. And I'm going to tell you guys, if you guys want to join the war, get back on Instagram and Facebook, it's wide open. The war is going full blown on there. In the comments, we're dropping every letter, the A word, the B word, the C word, the D word, E word, F, G, L, O, P word. They're dropping every word. Because Facebook is wide open now. Facebook and Instagram are wide open. And I'm getting millions of views on Facebook and Instagram now. Absolutely. I can't get more than 4 views on YouTube when I put up a video at 100 views. Same video on Instagram. I put a video this morning. It's got 27,000 views from this morning. On YouTube, 27. Because that's how it works. That's how they work. But something's happening, and I'm willing to bet whatever you want. Something's happening between the Canadian federal government and Meta. I'm willing to bet whatever you want that with Meta and the Canadian government, something's happening. And people in Canada now are wide open. And they're using every word in the book on Facebook. You wouldn't believe what people are getting away with now. Woo! Dino Bravo in the house. Dino Bravo. He's on Facebook. So he's on Facebook watching Mike of the Night on for December 15, 2025 Christmas special. All right, let's go into a quick channel plug, guys. I don't have much of anything because I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm going to be absolutely honest with you guys. It's just, I've been working all day. I opened my store Monday. I don't open Mondays, but I've been open Sunday, Monday, right through, right to the 24th. And I've been working right through. I haven't taken a day off since November. So I'm going straight through for you, straight through working at the store and try to muster a few sales. Yeah, so we got Herman Musa saying, he's saying right there, I can say anything on Facebook. I don't think anyone is working there. It's like the CRA. No one there. Where's it? Nobody home. Where's our Joe Pesci? We know that you're home alone. You? Where are we? We're not.
We know that you're in there and that you're all alone. We're not gonna hurt you.
So anyways, yes. So yeah, well, Facebook's wide open. Absolutely wide open. The one to get away from is TikTok. I got 2 or 3 videos on TikTok taken down this morning. One I put up last week, and then 2 more videos. So TikTok is a waste of time. If you want to get truth or whatever, I want to see some guy jump around. Jump around. You want to see some guy jump around and pour gravy down his pants. They go to TikTok. You talk about the Chinese money laundering and China destroyed your country via affordability. My God. You talk about China. They take you right down. Hey, I have an idea. Let's build a bunch of infrastructure. Let's build stadiums. Let's build hotels. Let's build banks. Let's build and then bring Chinese people in, and the people from this country become homeless. Woo! That's the best business plan in the world.
I'm better.
It's the best. And then when the locals can't afford their own real estate, bring in 4 million Indians on top. Bring in
Freedom.
4 million Indians on top to fix the housing market.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
That's up, Mikey.
Mike, do you think the fentanyl being classified as a WMD weapon at today, along with the bond issue you mentioned today, will affect the Vancouver model? Finished. China, as of March 2024, has stopped laundering its money from Canada. It's no longer bringing money to Canada and buying real estate.
You don't say Ukraine's doing this.
The Canadian government thought
What's up, Ed?
4 million.
Edward Brown 09.
It's going to fix Canada's problem.
Good. Iron Banner, bro.
Fucking unhireable, and what happens? Wage
Good streamer.
and more
Fuck yeah, man. We're gonna have fun today. Fucking right. Okay, I can't do everything. God damn
2
it.
embargoes. One coming to Canada and one going to Mexico from China, bringing poison in to murder us here.
Yeah, they're gonna
So you
murder us.
wonder why your country's fucking shit. Look at China. And China has been funding the migration programs in Canada and Australia to bring in Indians. Yeah. Good job, China.
Yeah.
Let's build everything and bring the Chinese in, and then we'll become homeless because of their greatness that they bring here.
Amen. Yeah,
Okay,
pasta.
get me started on the Indians. I'm not gonna go there tonight. Yeah. Yeah, let's
Get 'em,
build
boy.
it up.
Get him, Rob.
Build it up. Now we're sitting on 3.9 billion
You're playing with
empty homes
Dragon.
across Canada because of fucking artificial shortages.
Congo.
Yeah. The kids are all homeless. You see a Chinaman on the street? They're becoming the majority in Canada. The Indians becoming the majority. You see any of them homeless on the streets?
Yep.
It's the European that goes on the street. That built the
European,
country
Canadian.
for the streets. Those are the ones. Those are the ones.
That's who's
Merry
homeless.
Christmas. Yeah.
That's who doesn't have a job.
So, yeah, I love you too, DC.
What's up, Edward? On Twitch? I'll
That's the
message you
most
later.
backwards fucking
I'm in my
country I've ever
dungeon.
seen in my whole fucking life, man. Let's build the bank. Okay. Well, I can't work at the bank? No, that's for Chinese people.
You don't got enough qualifications.
Because it's for Chinese people. For what? They didn't do fuck all this. No, they built the
They
railroad.
did
Okay,
fuck all.
600 people from China. 600 Chinese came to build the railroad. What about the 59 million Europeans that came from since 1913. 1913,
Well, I don't know.
58 million Europeans came over to build this fucking country. And now they want to throw the fucking Europeans under the bus? Catholics are bad? Yeah. The Catholics are bad?
No.
Yeah.
Housewives of Alberta today. I'm gonna watch them.
That's where we're at, folks. Alright, let's see if I get any of your questions here tonight. And open the lines or something, but
Yeah, I got 'em.
guys, I'm gonna give you the email here. That's my email. My
Thank you, Mikey. God bless you.
Go ahead and send
Yahweh's
me
the
an
way.
email. Say, hey, add me to your email list. I'll add you to my email list, and then when I go live, I go late or something's a problem, and there's a problem with electricity or some shit's going on. At least you'll get an email when I do go live. Okay.
Yahweh.
So it's MikeMartins1980@gmail.com. Go ahead and email me to say, hey, Mike, add me to your list. I will add you to the list, and I will only message you
Yeah, what?
maybe once.
Fuck yeah, bitch.
Once a week, if that, to let you know when we go
Get the
live
fuck out of here, man.
here on
Fuck you, bitch.
Mike in the Night. All right, let's see if we can get a caller in or two, or let's see if we can get a caller
Rob, get him.
or two in. But
Kill this bitch.
it looks like
Storm
it's
bitch.
all dark, guys.
That's the bird, motherfucker.
There's not a single person online right now. Let me see if I can find him here. All right, let's do a quick channel plug, and we'll see if there's anyone that
Thank you,
wants to
Mikey.
call into the show to tell us the
Hi,
greatness
Sassy.
that we're in right now. Let's tell us the greatness that we are in right now. This absolute phenomenal greatness.
Morning, Sassy
All
girl.
right, guys, if you have any tax
Sassy
problems,
girl.
don't forget to check out MikeMartinsTax.com, MikeMartinsTax.com, and if you guys want to fill out this questionnaire,
Edward Brown, what you send me, man?
help you.
What'd you send me on
Buy
Twitch?
your coffee.
You sent me a whisper, eh?
Buy your boy Mike Martin.
How long have I been streaming?
Go ahead right here. I'm
Yeah,
gonna paste it here.
I'm gonna stream about 5 years.
I would appreciate
I'm gonna stream another 6.
I don't get paid to be here, so
Another 6 years.
99
Yeah, it's fun.
channel there on YouTube. Go ahead and join the channel. KiwiRadio.nz. Don't forget to check them out. KiwiRadio.nz.
Yeah, check me out, man. Give me a follow. Drop me a follow.
You should find episodes there of Mike in the Night. And sometimes
fun.
you can find them in MP3
Twitch is
format
fun.
too.
You'll have fun on Twitch.
And you don't have to basically destroy your
Stream, man.
KiwiRadio.nz.
Yeah. I stream for fun.
Facebook. There's my Facebook, guys. If you want to follow me, I am blowing up. Look at this video. I put up 118 shares. I think it's got several thousand views already on it. I can't get past 100 views on YouTube. And then look at this one here.
I stream for fun. Edward Brown.
Go down here. 138 shares.
Yeah.
141.
Because I enjoy it.
156.
It's fun.
432 shares. Right? 63.
Me too.
61. This is major. You know
Destiny
why this is
2.
major? Because for so many years I've been a nobody on social media. For the last 15 years, I've been a big nobody on this social media. But now for some reason, everything's blowing up. Here's Instagram. This video here, how many views? This video here, watch, let's see here.
What are you streaming, bro?
How many views it got? This is going to be over 10,000 views, and I put this up a few hours ago. And this one's going absolutely viral. Right? It's got several hundred comments already.
You stream Destiny 2? Edward Brown 09?
Being there 15 years, I can't
Check my
wait
Twitch
to get-
channel, man.
So,
Drop
Facebook
me a
and
follow.
Instagram is the place to be right now. It's wide open warfare. They're saying the A word, the B word, the C word, the D word, the E, F, G,
Drop me a
H
follow.
word. They're saying every word on there. Oh boy, it's world war on Facebook. And MikeoftheNight.org takes you to a playlist of all the episodes of Mike of the Night if you guys want to check it out. Rico Man is lurking over on D-Live there. Alright, and here's a little bit of clip from 609 here. He was in a state of Jerusalem. It was under fire, and it was under Roman control.
Yeah.
It was a state under Roman control.
Yes, Sassy, what you doing? You're doing dungeon too, man.
And when
You're
Jesus
doing
said,
dungeon
when
too.
Jesus
You're
said to
gonna
the
enjoy
apostles
dungeons.
that
Dungeons
60
is
or
the base.
58 or 63 years after
Destiny
my
is
death,
fire.
Jerusalem will fall brick by brick.
Yeah, they're gonna fucking
And it
fall.
will, and then for
They're
70
gonna
years
fucking fall.
after it's rebuilt, the end of times will come
But
in.
Jesus
for
is
79
everywhere.
years after it's been rebuilt. And So
Jesus
last
protects
episode's here,
everybody.
Mike of the Night, lots of really good stuff.
Is that right, Pastor
It
Art?
shows that, hey, somebody knew what was gonna, or somebody
Bye, Mikey.
has the playbook. They know what these.
Bye-bye. Pastor Art. 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 Yahweh. Pastor Art. 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 Street Church. Pastor Art.
Moments in your life with those people. So there is that connection when you're hurting together. You gotta remember, when I was locked up, it was still COVID. So we were treated like animals. I mean, I'm not kidding you. I was kept in metal cages. I was in solitary confinement. I was taken from my regular cell into a concrete cell. No water, no washroom, no bed, nothing, just concrete. They did this many times. So when you go through craziness like this and they release you for half an hour or 1 hour and you have those moments with those people that are locked up with you like animals as well, then you build a connection. And I had a very similar experience with the inmates. As you remember, I had every inmate in the entire unit at my Bible studies. When finally the inmates, it was the inmates on their own, sent a petition to the director in Remand, Fader was his name, and they said, if you don't release this man from solitary, you're going to have a problem here. You're going to have a riot. And the next day, I was allowed to interact with them. Yes, for a short period of time, 30 minutes, 45 minutes at first, then 1 hour. However, even during this brief moments, I would do Bible studies. I would do mini church services where I would take a story and explain it to the people. And I'm telling you, I had every single inmate at my Bible studies. Every single one. Muslims were attending, atheists, gangsters, human traffickers, drug dealers. Everyone was at my Bible studies listening to the Bible. Because the people were hurting, especially during that time when we all were treated like animals. And I laugh when, they say it's a rehabilitation center. Don't kid yourself. The purpose of prison in Canada right now, the purpose of remand is to dehumanize you and to drag you up to ensure that you're going to come back. And we're going to talk, we're talking about homelessness, right? And the same process is happening with homelessness. When you hear the politicians talk about, we want to fight poverty, we want to fight homelessness, I want the people to understand is that politicians are creating homelessness on purpose. It's the politicians that are benefiting from homelessness. Again, at the beginning, I told you that $230 million is being designated to fight homelessness every single year in the province of Alberta alone. And I started to ask a simple question. Where is the money? Right? My background is business. So I was a businessman. And we had this saying, show me the money. And then we'll talk business. Right? Show me the money. Okay, I want to see. Nico, you want to do business with me? Show me the money. Okay?
Show me the money.
How much do you have? And then I'll tell you what we can do together. If we put the pile of funds together, we can do joint venture, we can buy property, we can buy this, we can renovate, we can build a house or whatever. Show me the money.
Show me the money? Zero.
I ask simple questions.
Nothing.
And I want, it's like this Canadian saying, American saying, English saying, the proof is in the pudding. Where is the money? Every single day, truckloads are going to the shelters. Every single day, truckloads filled with food that people donate goes to the shelters. But rarely this food ends up on their plates. Where is the food? So I started to ask questions. I
Southern Mission
remember
Bendigo.
homeless came to me and they said, we just unloaded an entire semi-truck
Southern Mission
of raw
Bendigo.
foods. Entire semi-truck because a very
That's
wealthy
where the money
lady
is.
donated
That's where Southern
lobsters
Mission
for the
Bendigo.
homeless. And they have never seen it. It never end up on their plate. And they came to me with those stories, hundreds of stories, thousands of stories of them being robbed. Because homelessness, prison, it's a big, fat business for those people. They have no interest in fixing their problem. I know, Chris, I can ask you that. Were they really trying to help you when you were there? Because they did not, surely, they did not try to help me and any
Southern
other
Mission in Bendigo.
that was with me. I quite opposite.
Amen.
They stripped us naked, treating us like animals, and I asked them, you cannot do this. This is illegal. And the guards laughed in my face. You know what they said? Here, you have no rights. It's what we say goes. So now I want to ask you this question.
That's
When
true.
you treat a prisoner, an inmate, in such a horrible way, and you stop him with 5 different highly
That's a
addictive
boy.
narcotics, twice a day,
There's
in the
minutes
morning
today?
and in the evening, they're
No, that's
offering
nice.
highly addictive narcotics to every inmate, including me. I had offers twice a day to be stomped like a pig every single day. So when
Yeah,
you do
well,
this to
Pastor,
people,
what can you do?
do you want them to get better, or you want them to re-offend?
Canada's
Because when
done.
you release people that are hooked on drugs, how they're going to provide for the drugs when they're released? They have no jobs, they have no place to go, they're going to turn to crime. And why? And the removal of money continues. That's homelessness as well. So I have become an advocate for the homeless people, and they called me. I don't know if you had a chance to watch the documentary. It was done by a very
No.
famous movie director
I didn't
called
have a chance to
Street
read the book.
Advocate.
Never mind
It's
watch
still on
documentary.
free for on YouTube. Street Advocate. The media started to call me a lawyer for the poor, if you will, a street advocate, because I was advocating for them. I was exposing corruption.
Book is
I
right
was
there.
saying,
Get
wait
it
a
for
second,
anybody for Christmas.
ladies, women in
Is that
shelters
what
are being
I'm doing?
repeatedly raped by the staff people. You know who was the #1 drug dealer in drop-in center during that time?
Oh, come
It
on.
was the staff supervisor. Staff supervisor was the #1
Maybe
drug dealer, because you've got 1,000 people that are hooked on drugs. Many of them are hooked on alcohol or on drugs. And you got a never-ending, steady
He's getting arrested.
clients coming in and out. And you control the system. So we have to understand why they hated me so much and why
He's getting
I was
arrested.
arrested the first time. Why I received ticket. Because within 3 months, in 2005,
Moving right, Warlock's moving right on middle.
people off the street, 7 locations.
What
Yeah,
time is he getting
7
arrested?
locations. Street church was all over the city. We were so successful taking people off the streets
Left
that
side.
we took 600 of them. You know, 600, usually, statistically, a homeless
Right side
person
on him.
hooked on drugs uses about $100 to $1,000 a day. That's why the
He's on left
homeless
side.
are reselling drugs just so they can afford drugs for themselves. That's how the
That's it.
system works.
Cape.
For those that do not know. So effectively, we cost someone
That is the middle.
millions of dollars a month in revenue. Someone got very
This
upset.
one?
That's why they put a price on my head. That's why they wanted to murder me multiple times, because I was interfering with a very profitable
Got him.
business run with the blessing
Rest.
of the police
Thank you.
and the blessing of the politicians, and of course the cover-up of the mainstream media. So that's what was going on. And we decided that because those people are not being fed properly, because those people, no one advocates for them. You know what I mean? I've called a
Brother,
reporter,
get his
Alicia
rest.
Covella, for those, you know,
No,
Bertha, you would know
liquid,
the
man.
name.
Get his res, man. Don't just stand behind that man.
I'm very disappointed in her because she claimed to be Christian, and turned out she was a fake one.
Can't stand
But I
behind that
called
man. Get his
her
res,
and I
man.
said, listen, we had a little bit of a relationship. I knew her. She was a top reporter in Calgary Sun and Herald at the time. And I said, Alicia, I have hundreds of testimonies of what is happening behind the closed doors in those shelters.
Hunter's push your middle.
And I can play them, and I can bring you eyewitnesses. And you know what she said?
That's it, boy.
She said what most people are saying, what politicians are saying. Who would believe a homeless man? Right? Homeless people have nothing. They have no money, and quite often they've lost their dignity. No one wants to believe them. No one wants to advocate for them. No
I'll
one
check
wants
Discord.
to defend
Dad,
them.
I'll join your Discord.
That's
I'm
why.
into money.
That's why I
do
take
my
my
Discord, so
heels
I'll check
and I
it.
said, I will do everything in my power to keep doing what I'm doing. That's why
Check
during
it later.
COVID, you gotta remember,
Screenshot.
I did not receive a ticket. I was not
Dang, it's asking for your Discord. I'll check it out later.
the church's doors open, like the, you know, the video, the Get Out Nazi video and all of that stuff that came after. A year before, beginning of 2020, I received the first COVID ticket in this country for feeding the poor, for a soup kitchen. And people don't know that. My soup kitchen has been exposing the problem for 26 years. And they hate it. You know what the politicians told me during the private meetings that they would come to me? I had many meetings with the politicians. They said, your lineups are embarrassing us. And I would say to them, the lineups should embarrass you because you created them. You see, here is the thing, it's the government that created poverty. We pay, Nico, yesterday you were talking about 46% in taxes. I calculated the hidden taxes. And I added all of them together with the hidden taxes. In other words, what is a hidden tax? It's a tax on already taxed dollar. We pay, Canadians, we pay 55% in taxes. But let's be conservative. Let's say half of our money are going to the thieves, the gangsters, the biggest mafia in the country, the government. That's why we are in poverty, my friends. That's why in my lineups, as you saw at the beginning of the stream, are normal people too. I mean, they're not homeless. They're just extremely poor. That's why in our lineups, we have children. Do you know that there are children in this city, in this province, living in poverty, and they need to come to our soup kitchen for food? Are you aware of that? Do you even know that this is happening? This is what the conservative government is doing to their people. They're destroying their ability to survive. Now we can go into defaulting on credit cards, a line of credits, and of course 2026 is going to be disaster for Albertans if it comes to mortgages. With a higher interest rate, they will not be able to afford to keep their property, to keep their house. Why? Because most of Canadians are one paycheck away from homelessness. Listen to me, one paycheck away from homelessness. That's why you may say, well, they're homeless. They should get a job. Let me explain to you how the system
Give me a job, it would be wonderful.
When you're homeless, you're constantly under a gun. 50% of the homeless people are mentally challenged. Many of them are hooked on drugs and alcohol. Now try to get out from that environment when you don't have a home, when you don't have support. That's why we've decided, our organization, for 26 years, we decided to feed them without asking questions, without judging them. We are there to help them no matter what is happening. And of course, we try to help them get out of homelessness, not just to feed them, but we look for jobs for them. We get them into the halfway housing. We buy them sometimes even tickets so they can go back to their family members. Many homeless are embarrassed. Many homeless don't know how to get out of this. Like, imagine right now losing everything. It doesn't matter if it was your fault or not. I've met people on the streets, my friends, that were very wealthy, famous. I had this guy, he owned a number of restaurants in the province of Alberta, but his partner cheated him out of everything. So he lost everything from one day to another. He lost everything. He was on the way to murder that guy when he ran into our soup kitchen, and I was able to talk to him and tell him to, you know, what happened, forgive the guy, because killing him is not going to fix your problem anyway. You know how many times, how many stories I've heard like this? Doctors, ex-lawyers, police officers that end up on the streets, business people, people that were famous. One guy, I remember he told me his story. He was one of the champions, a bull rider, very famous in Calgary Stampede and around the world. So all kinds of circumstances are happening, and something snaps. Sometimes psychologically something snaps, and people use drugs or they use alcohol, and then it gets out of hand, and boom, they find themselves without a family. Wife leaves that person, or a husband leaves that woman, and they find themselves under a gun pointed at them in the middle of the streets. So what we decided to do is, from time to time, we want to feed them, we want to give them something extra. We, as you saw at the beginning, we feed them top of the line. I mean, I eat on the streets. My children eat the same thing. I want you to know that what we feed the poor is that what we eat ourselves, right? So it's not like we get the worst and we ship it there and who cares. I eat on the streets. My family, my father comes to the streets. My brother, his wife, my children when they are there with us on the streets. That's what we eat. My volunteers, because we serve the best of the best. But from time to time, I don't know, maybe just me, but I'm thinking in a year there's one time during the year. It's Christmas. And Christmas is very difficult for many people. They're depressed, they miss their families, they look at the festivities and the dinners as they walk the streets, and something breaks in their heart. So I thought, at least once or twice a year, I want to feed them with steaks. They never get something like this. And I want to give them gifts. And I want to show them that they are human beings, and we want to treat them with the most respect that we can by doing this for them. We're going to have Christmas carols on Sunday, just like we had today, actually a few hours ago. And we want to put the barbecues and serve them the best of the best. Because I'm telling you, I've traveled around the world, and there's nothing like Alberta's AAA. This is the best of the best of the best, and I'll fight you to prove it. I have eaten in very fancy places, including Trump's house, and yet I'll testify to you that Alberta steaks are the best on earth. So that's my heart. That's why I wanted to do this fundraiser. Because during the time of Christmas, many people, because they're facing their own problems, their own financial difficulties, it's very difficult to raise the funds. And if you have been living in Alberta, you know that steaks are absolutely crazy expensive right now. Absolutely crazy expensive. So we're just a little church, as you know. We're not one people. Chris came to my home, and I have been told many times that I live my lavish lifestyle in the palace. Well, Chris Carver can tell you how wonderful is my palace. It's had a leaking roof, and there's still a hole in the ceiling. I have to replace the entire roof. But you know, I'm not complaining. I'm not worried. No. Come across that way. I'm just saying that sometimes when you are under a gun, sometimes when you have those enormous legal fees to pay, it's difficult to do extra. And I still want to do extra. I'll tell you more. Either you help or not. Either you chip in, and I really need you to help, and I really need you to chip in. But either you will do it or not, I will still serve those people AAA steaks next Sunday. I know that somehow, this way or that way, I'm going to find a way to treat them a little bit extra during normal
95%.
So I was just on a call with Washington, D.C. with very powerful people, trying to bring attention, to show the American people what is happening, to Derek Reimer, what is happening to people like Chris Carver. How many times I talk to my American friends regarding you, Chris, and Tony Oleinik, hundreds of times. Meetings with politicians, congresspeople, senators, telling them what is happening in our beloved Alberta. It's important to come as a community, because what those people are relying on is us being separated, kind of everyone for himself, and then they can sniper shoot us, if you will, because it's easy to remove one, it's easy to remove two, but it's impossible to remove millions. It's impossible to destroy a community, like-minded community, that wants to support each other. And my point with the Washington, D.C. was today that first they came for me. Now they're coming after Derek Ryan. They came after Chris and Tony and Tom Leach and Chris and of course Pat King and hundreds of others. But when we are gone, I want you to understand, if they will succeed destroying me and you and others like us, then you're next. There will be nothing, no one stopping them from coming after you and your children. That's why it's so important to be in solidarity with each other and help each other in the times of need. Right? This is the first time I have ever done something like this. But I thought, if the Bible says, if you don't ask, you don't receive, right? If people don't know we're going, they don't know our story, they don't know that there is a need, and I'm not asking for millions, right? Everyone can chip in just a little bit, even if it's $1, if it's $5. Skip a coffee in Starbucks, which is overpriced, and get one at home. I drink my coffee at home. It's a lot cheaper and it's a lot better, in my opinion. You can do that. I mean, if all of us
that's why I deal with it the way that I do, because I'm fucking angry too. I just use swear words when you don't. But that goes with my past life. I just don't know what else to do than to be mad, and hopefully that will inspire others to wake up and be mad, because I don't understand. If you're in Canada right now and you're not mad, what the fuck are you smoking? What are you smoking? Because you need to wake up. I don't understand how people are not blue in the face, breaking tables right now. You know, whatever, I'll always have, we might not agree on our techniques or our approach, but I will always have respect for you for understanding where it comes from, and that's the whole point.
Thank you. Just to finish it off with thousands of homeless being slaughtered by, we had about 50% of the natives in our lineups before COVID. So that just gives you an idea of what happened. About 50% of the people in our lineups were the native people. And then slowly the homeless people came to me and they started to tell stories that the native people were encouraged to get the job, and not just one, because they were giving them $50, $100 per job, and some of the natives got 30 jobs within a very short period of time and dropped them one after another. And then if I'll tell you stories that government agents are coming every night in Conga, Alberta.
Looks like Black Powder Bill's there too.
No.
Message me guys. Instagram, Real Mike Barnes. Real Mike Barnes on Instagram. If you want to come on the show and give us an update on what is going on and how it's going on. Yeah, I got my power back on. Yeah, it's not cold here. It's like 10 degrees outside. So it's like 50, 55, 60 where you guys are. It's like 12. We reached a high 12. I had my door wide open today at the store. My front door wide open. Letting the breeze in. It was an absolutely gorgeous sunny day. It was a beautiful, beautiful day. So we got Joe 3Y 672 saying, my brother Mike, how are you? So I got a video that's going viral on every platform except YouTube. Like that's just a very common thing where YouTube just is blanketed with so much shadow banning. It's crazy, man. There's so many views I got. There's a video that's going super viral with us right now, and
the same area where many protesters are dispersing to. So it is something that we're tracking very closely for you here today on CBC News Network. I'm Michael Serapio, and we continue our special coverage of the police action as they try to break up the remnant protest in the nation's capital, a protest that is
does everyone see what's really going on? Because it's easy to criticize, right? It's easy to criticize a man in the arena. It's a lot more difficult to be the man in the arena, and everyone, eats popcorn and watches the movie and says, you should do this, you should do that, and it's a lot more difficult to be in the middle of that when you're attacked, when you're dragged in the middle of the street, taken to court, when you hear police officers that I respect the uniform, but I absolutely hate corruption and lies. And you hear them lying, making stuff up, and you think, God, we have fallen. This country has fallen when the Crown prosecutors are making stuff up. Like here, witnessing right now their environment. I mean, literally making stuff up as they go. The judges and the politicians don't care. But I want the people to know, I absolutely do not hate anybody. I pity my enemies. I will yell at you, I'll call you names in the heat of the moment, but I don't hate my enemies. I feel sorrow, I have pity for my enemies, because you see, no one will live forever with this on this side of the turkey. We're all going to die. We're going to die. Maybe today, maybe 50 years from now, but we're as good as dead. And then the Bible is very clear. The moment you're dead, you're face to face with the living God, the judge of judges, that doesn't take any bribe and knows it all. He knows the intentions of your heart. He knows the things that you thought no one knew about. And we all going to judge for the things we did, for the things we said, and for the things we didn't do. And we were supposed to do things. We were supposed to say that we were too cowardly to say it. And when I look at my enemies, those people that hate me, I pity them. They do not know what we do. Because one day we're all going to face the righteous judge. And again, I appreciate what you said, and thank you so much for being here and saying this, because I don't hear that very often, believe it or not, from my fellow Canadians. I hear a lot of good things from my American brothers and sisters, but not from Canadians. Actually, quite often it's the opposite. They're very quick to criticize, but they do so much in the middle of this fight. I remember when I met Derek Reimer, and this is not a very well-known story, so you'll be one of the few that will hear this or know this now. So when Derek came to me, he was not a big fan of me because of me being Polish immigrant. Polish people are different, we're more like Americans. If we love you, you will hear about it. If we don't like you, you will hear about it. Okay? I mean, we're not like typical Canadians that we're sorry for being sorry. No, if I said something, I'm not sorry. And then the Canadian government wanted to bribe me, and they threatened me, and I will be released from prison if I say I'm sorry. And I told them, I have nothing to be sorry about. I stood with the fucking Canadians. I did it for the future of our children, and I have nothing to be sorry about. I will never apologize. You will never hear Art Pulaski apologizing for doing his job. I'm not going to apologize for feeding the poor. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to apologize for keeping the church's doors open. There's nothing to be apologizing for preaching to the hoods. As you know, the landed me with terrorism charge and felons convicted of. I'm not sorry. I'm actually super proud and I don't hear them very often from Albertans or Canadians. And I really appreciate that. And it comes to our enemies, we have to understand, just like you said, that they have the right to. They think that we can take their money with them when they die. They think that they're going to live forever and they're going to have the political office forever. But you know, the older I get, the more I realize that everything comes and goes like this. Boom. And it's another day, another week, another week, another week, another year. We just had New Year's. It was just like yesterday, and now we're going to have it in a few weeks again. That's how fast everything goes. And thank you for saying that I should be recording the lineups. You know how quite often I have been criticized for filming this and taking pictures. You know that? I actually get more criticism for posting this than support for posting it. But I want people to know that those people in the lineup are no different than you and me. One decision maybe. One decision, wrong decision. Or maybe something did something to them and it triggered some horrible thing. I mean, I can tell you horror stories. And I know when some of those people went through it. I want you to see the faces of the volunteers. I want you to see how happy they are. And I want you to see that the people in the lineup are no different than you and me. They have mothers and fathers, they have children, they had dreams. One day, you know, when they were 6 years old or 7 years old, and you know, someone asked them, who do you want to be when you grow up? I'm telling you, they said the same thing. You and me, I want to be a police officer, I want to be a firefighter, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a painter, or whatever. They have the same dreams that you and me had, and that's how I see them. I see them, I try to see them through the eyes of God. And when the officers are coming and they're telling you have to stop doing this, that's against the law. Well, they should be that, because I will never stop. Should we now be done with it? Let me go home. But I will never stop doing what I believe is right. And this is right. Cheering people and feeding them, that's the right thing to do. And I wish, and I pray that Bishop East Street Church at every corner in our cities, every church should have a mission like this, wherever they are in their communities. At least once a week, every church should take it to the streets where people are and cheer them up and sing and pray for them or feed them, whatever they need is. Can I just say something? Jason, thank you for showing this footage. What I love about it, Pastor Bosky, is you're feeding the good stuff. I mean, I'm looking at the meal, and I would eat that meal. You are feeding the good stuff. And I gotta tell you, like, the truck full of lobsters, I heard that comment that went missing. In the U.S., I know that there was a church that was feeding homeless people, and what was happening is the pastor and his wife were taking all the good food that was being donated to the church, keeping it for themselves, and giving the leftovers to the homeless. You are giving Alberta's homeless the good stuff. That's why I say keep showing that. You know what that shows me? You respect these people. You know, a lot of us would just give them our leftovers. I mean, I would want someone, you know, it's like treat others how you want to be treated, right? That's what Scripture says. And you're giving them the good meal. You know, you're not giving them the leftovers. I really appreciate that about you. And I think we need to see this. They need to see this going on. And they need to see that you're caring for people and loving for people, because you know, a lot of people don't have the time or the effort, but they can easily give $5, $10 towards your ministry in order to help feed the homeless, and I'm grateful for that.
And Pastor Bosby, can you let Corey know what your goal is for today? And as you
kids eat with the homeless. I eat with the homeless. When I'm hungry, that's my aunt actually, the one with that pinkish thing. That's my aunt. She's visiting my father since my mom passed away for a few months, and she comes every week. She doesn't have to. She's a visitor, but she comes every week to serve the poor. And well, the reason for the fundraiser is every year, suffers twice a year. Basically, it was more difficult because of the legal fees. But at least every year, what we do, we bring carolers, we bring gifts for the homeless, and we treat them to a AAA Alberta steak. And I know some people will say, well, come on, my kids don't eat Alberta AAA steaks and stuff like this. I think that might be the case, but this is a tradition that we have been doing for 20 years. Every Christmas, we want to give them something to treat them, even psychologically, like royalties, like we care, we love you, we want you to feel special. You don't have a home, you cannot have a family dinner. There will be no presents for you, maybe, wherever you go, but, you know, God loves you. And the volunteers love you, and we love you, and want to do something special for you. And we want to get AAA steaks, bring the barbecues, and treat you to a meal that we know they never get. Never ever they get AAA steaks. So that's the purpose. But when I looked, here's the truth. When I looked at the price of steaks, I got a little bit scared that my wife says, are you sure? Are you sure you want to do this? And I said, we have been doing this every single year without fail. Even when we were the poorest church in the city of Calgary or in the country, poorer than the church's moms, and we still did it. And we're going to do it. I don't know how, but we're going to do it. Even if I have to buy it with a credit card. So then I talked to Jason, and he said, I asked him, you know, the Bible says you don't have because you did not ask. So I really had this on my heart and said, you know what, I've never done it. We have never done something like this. And I remember that Jason, you invited me, I think it was a year ago or something like that, to do a fundraiser for somebody else, and you asked me to come and speak. And that's where I came from. So I came, I spoke, I supported that. I didn't even remember who you were fundraising for, but I supported it with all my heart because I understand the concept. When you're under the gun, when you're facing difficulties, without the community, without friends, without family, you're finished. And they count on this. Our enemies count on us not being able to do this. So then I reached to Jason and said, Jason, I know it's a lot to ask, because now you have to attach your name to this. But if you're willing to do something like this for the homeless, that would be so awesome. And you know what? I want you to know, Jason is a very unique man, and you know, without hesitation, without even saying, let me think about it, let me talk to my wife, you know, like I've heard it all. If you don't want to do it, you will immediately share and pray about it. That's the most common that they get from pastors and the leaders. I'll pray about it. You know what that means? That means no, in a Canadian way. Because if I don't want to do something, I'm going to tell you I cannot do it. You will hear it from me. I'll tell you no. I'm not going to do it or I cannot do it. You have the answer. But Canadian way is I'll pray about it and you will never hear from that. But Jason immediately said, I think Jason, you said it would be an honor for me to do it if I remember correctly. But you know what? I even have shivers right now. I mean, that's something that is out of this world. That you're going to use your platform, your influence, you're going to risk whatever, you know, people are risking being associated with the crazy people or this or that. I've heard it all. But you said it was going to be an honor for me to do this, to raise the funds for this. And wow. If we had more people like this, we would have our country back in a heartbeat. If we had more pastors like this, we had a General Flynn an hour and a half. And I don't know, guys, if you noticed, but the guy was preaching to us. He was preaching to us, and he's a military general, and he's preaching to us. Where are the pastors? Where are the clergy? Where are the pastors? I would get their hands dirty. See, I'll share with you one story. When I started to do this, I didn't know what I was getting into. I was very naive Christian. I was a young Christian. I thought all the churches work for the same boss. All the pastors work for Jesus. I was very naive. And I remember I was preaching the gospel on the streets in Tompkins Park when I was arrested later on for publicly reading Bible. My first arrest in 2006. And this native guy comes, dirty and smelling like a pig. I mean, it was very unlovable. He came to me, he says, "Preacher, are you preaching about love?" I said, "Yes, I am. Why are you giving me your t-shirt?" And there was a crowd of people watching me, and I paused because I looked at him and he had elbows, and it was dirty. It was like he was sleeping somewhere on the ground, and I had brand new, beautiful Ten Commandments t-shirt, only one of a kind, and I didn't want to give him my t-shirt, okay? I'm telling you, the last thing I wanted to do was to give this man my t-shirt. And a crowd of people was waiting for my answer, and he said, "Well, give me your t-shirt. You're preaching about love, right?" "Yeah, then give me your t-shirt." And I said to him, "Oh my, no way, Jose, I'm giving you my t-shirt. No way I'm going to do it." But the pressure of the public, there was a lot of people watching this interaction. So I took it off, and I gave it to him. Angry. And then what he did, he took his t-shirt and he gave it to me. My friends, I have never witnessed a bigger stench in my entire life. It was so bad that I finished the entire meeting. I went to my pickup truck and still was in the business at that time. And I was driving. I wanted to start the stench was unreal. So I took it off and I threw it out the window. And God stopped him. You know what he said? He said, "You preach about my love. You talk about my love, but you don't really love them. You don't really love them." And I started to cry like I never cried before, and tears were coming down my cheeks, and I said, "God, you're right, I cannot love them." The guy was stinking like a pig. The guy was a drunkard, and I didn't want to give him my t-shirt, and then when he gave me his, I couldn't bear myself. I couldn't, the stench was unbearable. I cannot love them, God. But I pray today that you will give me at least a little bit of your love that you have towards them, and give me your eyes. So when I see them, next time I will see them at least a little bit through your eyes. And that's how the ministry was birthed. I completely changed. I was a different man. The next time I showed up on the streets, and that was like 150 years ago now, I saw them through the eyes of God. I understood that they're no different than me. They're no different than my father. They're no different than my mother. We're sinners saved by grace. And that we need to have compassion. That we need to understand that people go through all kinds of different things, and when they are on their knees, when they're under the gun, they need hope. And that's what we do. Sometimes those people are very unlovable, difficult to deal with, especially when they're hooked on drugs and alcohol. But we have developed a system of giving them back to God. God, I cannot fix this person's problem. I can pray for him, I can cheer him up with music, and I can feel that pressure. But you gotta step in and help us out. And so that's why I take pictures. I take hundreds of pictures every time I'm on the streets, and I'm posting them. I was highly criticized for that. You're embarrassing them. Stop, you're doing this for no fame, you're doing this for your own gain, for your own reward. I mean, I heard it all and I get it all the time. Stop comments like this. But I don't care anymore. I don't care what people think. I don't care what they're going to do. That's up to them. I do care what God is telling me to do. And what He's telling me to do is keep doing this and showing the whole world that what
one man, a broken man, can make a difference. And that's our volunteers. One person that shows up can make a difference. And now the question is, are you willing to make that difference in your community, in your family, whatever God sent you? So, again, thank you for that.
God bless you, Pastor, and it was an honor to receive that phone call from you. And yeah, there's no hesitation. We'll always help. And Nina did the exact same thing when I reached out to everyone helping immediately. Let's go with counterpoint to get this going because this is the right thing to do. And we're very honored to have been asked to do it. And for me, this is getting in the middle of nowhere in Alberta, the show where I talked with my wife. So for you to reach out to me and ask for that, and it was an honor. So thank you for that. And we can also welcome Chris Dacey, who's joining us right now from Calgary. Calgary is trying to little home for you, Chris. I'm not sure if you're going to leave, but as you're listening to the pastor here talk, and as he's working really hard to help the homeless with a meal this year, some of your thoughts, because you see this in Ottawa all the time, and you go to the Bikers Church and you see the outreach as they're fighting and helping as well. So as you're out here in Calgary seeing the Christmas lights, what are your thoughts on what Pastor Arthur's up to with Street Church?
It's very hard to see. It's very important. There's so many people struggling and we have a small community back on Ottawa.
Hey Chris, we just lost your audio. Still mute and retry. No,
I mean, you gotta come out and go out and come back. That's what happened to me today.
Yeah, please just reconnect. There we go. Okay, and we also have Bo back. So Bo, thanks a lot for hanging out with us a little bit earlier. Sorry, I gotta try to get this thing to work again on my end. There we go. So Bo, thanks a lot for coming back. Did you have a couple more messages for us before you finish up your thing?
Yeah, I really had no clue this all about, so I appreciate it. I actually left the store and I was listening to you guys while I was driving in the car. I appreciate what you guys doing. And I'm trying to hard work, so I got a long day to use my brother, they're in Canada. And, they were born in Canada, California, one thing. And I was in California 30 plus years ago. The Lord goes in and said, as I was driving, I came back on to make declarations. This is very important because you have to decree and declare and say, Arthur, can you, as a pastor, express it? I've got the declarations. There's five I want to hit on. But we all need to, as a group, declare this because we're two or more. Maybe if you can expand upon declarations of two or more.
Yeah, well, there's time to do it. You'll have to just do this time when we have about 15 minutes and you want to get Chris as well.
Pastor, I don't even have time to read your book, but I can listen to podcasts. It's good. God says the 2 or 3 are God. His name. Your book is 500 pages. I don't have time to read 500 pages. In other words, God, I can talk to this. And then we go back to the same thing. You need the doctor, I need to pay for something to for the bigger cause. You're fucking good money, fucking rock of money. There's so much good money. It's also my partners. And I believe God is with us here, and things will be established. Amen. So, with that said, there's 5 declarations that all we do together, and this is for Canada, okay? And this is for the world, but specifically, I put it together for Canada. It's what the Lord gave me. So let's go through this, and y'all gotta say it together, because this is a declaration for Canada, and for the world's going. But Canada is a big part of this, okay? So number 1 is, gotta say it together, is I walk in divine health. In the name of Jesus, amen. Covered by God's. I walk in health in the name of Jesus, amen. In the name of Jesus. Number 2, I am the head and not the tail, not above only and not beneath, making the blood of Jesus above all governments, amen. Making the blood of Jesus above all governments, amen. Leading strong and free in my life, career, and community. Number 3 is I have more money than I will ever need. I got
territory. Money cometh to me, money, prospering me as surely as the maple syrup flows in Canada. No money. We need money. No money. This is the flipping of the fundamental fucking money. Okay, because we gotta take away their wealth that they've been running with. So we gotta have no money. That's why I shut them up. Shut up. Fuck honestly. All of my love and that's a full family and friends, the great nation of Canada, are all saved and good. They're already got the Rockies to the north. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. This is important. And let you work through your God in the name of Jesus and make a declaration. It shall be accomplished. I'm telling you, we are living in glory days. This is the greatest time in history. And I'll wait. And as they say, the saying goes, it's darkest before the dawn. And as horrible as things are in this world right now, Yahweh don't want me to jump back on it. Yahweh is the way. Take the message of hope. That God is marketing special. Watching. Stand still and watch the salvation of the Lord. So, very well, I'm moving in right now. We're stepping into the birth of Christ. We're stepping into Christmas. You guys know holiday season we're in right now. And, it's been horrible. I've learned to make Canada back to the stars, and I've watched some stuff. Like early day, I can start January 15th. God, that's all. Yeah, I start talking absolutely. Not just get off shit go out. Worse. The world needs a shift. Yes, it will start with it. Shut up, be quiet. Canada's attached to the U.S. and the other things are shut up and be quiet. Canada's right there, going to be shifting as well too. So we are January 15th, I can start. How's that sound? Yeah, good. Because you never stop decreeing, declaring things. That's good. Because again, the Lord. How many years experience I have? 7 together. Thank you. Good. So thank you. Bye-bye. And then God bless you. Thank you very much for that, Lord. We appreciate it. I can work part-time. Thanks for taking it in terms of Canada. The that we have here is absolutely true. And I can work part-time. That was another thing as well. I can work part-time. They have to work Saturday. Wait, how long am I not? I get up early. Fucking let us work out early. Right. Chris is going to see what the picture on your back. Part-time. You got the hour. Yes, part-time evening too. I don't know what evening too. What else are we doing here? See the work that we've done is definitely very hard. So like, be some people from poverty and be so great. I can work part-time to do a few things. So So we are on Tuesday, I guess. It's Tuesday. For the year, I'm having for stuff next week, so looking forward to that. Hey, you too. We found a lot of people so looking forward to that. I got some interesting Excellent. And you're making, want to go ahead and update us a little bit about what happened in D.C. What happened in D.C. Absolutely not, because you were there. There's not a whole lot of updates since this law is over a month ago now. There's been a few rounds we covered. Up there actually was like maybe 22 rounds. There's still a lot of things to work through there, and it's kind of hard to know exactly where to go going forward. There's still a lot of stories to tell. There's still a whole lot of things. I got to say, the way they have that is something I really want to dig into deeper. Was absolutely atrocious and egregious what the RCMP did to all the families there, the supporters, and that's the Canadians who have to witness it. Nice to meet you, Sharon. I've done the show before. Want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Sharon Wiley. I've known about you for quite a few years. Personally, I guess the last 3 years since moving here to Calgary. I've gone to the street church as well. And kind of operate, which is really cool. I work at Holy Spirit. I was a little bit original as well. I've done lots of street ministry out in Winnipeg, but then I also was hired as a shelter for 2 years in Vancouver Island before I moved here. And what I witnessed there is just as much as I'm sure you guys have into this topic as well. I don't know what journalism. Sure. My part is wanting to see the losses of other people. That Boston. That Boston. Boston. We all pay
And obviously Mark Pulaski and Greg were doing people night PSP. Cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, and I put that down and I form other remarks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, PSC and plus down in there, it's already some mountain freeze. And there's a huge amount, which also that means there'll be some freezing today because we are up on -15.
Yeah, so be very careful out there with the roads, and especially if you have to drive.
Yeah, careful with the roads, but careful with the
Today, but
yeah. You know, I've got to make sure I'm advocated by a particular time of whatever lanes you're on. But the good news is that the sun's coming out today. It is going to be warming up. I don't have something dropped. This morning, the temperature dropped at 1.9. Put that. I don't have fucking jobs. Tell me like this. +7. I was like, I look here at weather forecast, see if I can have I don't have fucking jobs. And it's -4. So it got up quickly over the course of that hour. I don't have a job. Woke up -15. Well, what do you want to give me a job? Sun's going to come out so times a day. So, it's a hard job. I can just fuck around.
So it's good.
Fuck everything.
It's Alberta.
Let's take this people. Homestead is just fine. Everyone enjoyed us as the fucking right who was already struggling to get the boomer out of his pen yesterday. Fucking motherfucker. You're strutting around, chewing on stuff. And no, it's been like, oh, that's good. I said the temperature was really decent up to like late evening, so I hope that you didn't get the chance to do probably this morning just get up before you left. No. I was up to you leaving because it was like, can I organize things to make sure the kids are covered? Nope. And once we could do that, it's like, okay, go to cover.
Yeah, no, you're very great at helping me get things ready, making sure kids are covered. Because, of course, that's my priority. Make sure kids are all good during the day today. And thanks for making it work out, because I think this movie is important. We're going to pop on a little bit later to kind of talk about it briefly. Remind people what it is, think it's all that kind of stuff. But yeah, if you're in the Calgary area, we'll hang out with Pulaski, Ray, myself, and others. Thanks for the night.
Yeah, no, because we had Greg on when he was just starting it, right? I remember speaking to him about, hey, look, we're going to be doing this, the stuff that's involved, and it's great to see it's come to fruition, and now it's going to be out for the public.
Yeah, it's great to see, conservatives taking this more seriously, looking at the production quality, doing interviews in person, like we travel all over Canada to do this as well. And we're working on a Dan Hartman documentary, which is going to be the same type of thing, where there's our passion to it. It's taken a lot longer to get it done, but I'd like to thank our team for that, and really like to see the conservatives doing this, because when you want to reach out and get messages, it's actually helpful to have a good produced documentary. People
Yeah.
So it was about and actually
Yeah, it's exciting to have it says that, yeah, we've tried to do the same thing, and while we were aware of this Christmas break, we were working hard to get out our sovereignty episodes for all the interviews that we had done over the summer.
Let's be careful about that because it could be sovereignty, it could be separation, it could be independence, but we were going to be driving like that. Right, and let's be careful because only a few people support sovereignty. A lot of people support independence and separation and even 50% state. These are all the conversations going on under the umbrella of self-determination.
Yes, that's very, very true. It could go on many different ways, but yes, it's all covered in self-determination, correct. Yeah, so that's the goal. We're going to be popping some of those episodes out. You is going to be popping some of those episodes out as over our Christmas break. It'll be productive, and you'll still get to see and hear from Jason over the course of the Christmas holiday.
And there's some fantastic conversations coming up. We're up to 36, I think. We released 11, including Danielle Smith. So there's 25 of them to come to your screen, whether it's a big screen, little screen, whatever works for you. But there'll be several of these episodes popping out over the next little bit. And you're not going to get them out. And things have changed a little bit, but a lot of the conversations stay the same. Because the conversations are about what should we do, what could we do, why we would do it, what was the history of everything in Alberta. That's going to have changed. So when Dr. Michael Wagner gave this episode, is a crash course in the history of Alberta. And there's Mildred and Sylvester who give us interviews, so those are going to be pretty timely as we're making our way into the signature phase of the edition episode file. And yeah, it's going to be interesting 6 weeks as everything starts to kick off. And Alberta starts to really wake up that hey, there's going to be a vote. They're going to have this in front of you and you're going to be making a decision. But do be warned, the viral misinformation has already started. It's going to get crazy and crazy. We're see lots of it. People are being attacked. False information. I absolutely expect to see cartoons. Okay. But we'll see how it goes. Okay.
So you mean the National separatists made up in the words of Alberta?
Redneck, roughneck, all this other terms. They're traitors, terrorists, all these things. They've already had it, but it's just going to ramp up. And you see more mainstream media do it, especially as the news gets out of how many signatures are collected. The kids' goal is 1 million. Well, we need to have 600,000. But the closer he gets to 1 million, the closer he gets to winning that referendum, because he need about 1.2 million to win it. So we'll see how this goes in the next one.
Yeah, it is exciting times, and I really do hope that we all come out of this because it's going to be a show that is not just the minority, the select few, it's going to be that there's a huge voice in Alberta that wants to be heard, and wants to be heard as Albertans and not Canadians. I look forward to it. I'll be there with my own pen, my own key, to make sure that there's a so,
yeah, to be clear, to be part of this, you need to be considered a Canadian citizen living in Alberta, so an Alberta resident. So if you were born in Alberta but you don't live in Alberta, that won't qualify you. And if you're in Alberta but you're not a citizen, that won't qualify you. So it's going to be Canadian citizens, Alberta residents, then you're good to go. Oh, yeah, plus.
You know what I want?
Okay, so
they are growing the crowds here. So that's fantastic. So getting that information out so more people do want to turn out. They do want to listen, and they can continue to spread the message.
Yeah, to Martin, yeah, you got some time to be back in time for the signatures and the vote. So we'll see you in the spring out. Yeah, and for the Martin update, there's a visual update that's going to jump into the news because it's quite good of it. There we go. So if you don't mind the format while I'm on the road, but we gotta do what we gotta do. exact wrong person for the job if you want to foster Canada with a great relationship with the U.S. But here we go. He's already appointed this guy. There's one thing I don't like about federal government or U.S. system is people are appointed so buddies and pals and friends can get the job. Sometimes you hear things like, hey, I'm going to run for leadership, help me out, and then I'll get you a job later. Well, here's where you'll probably see some of the payback for the assistants in various ways. So I'm not a fan of that. I'd like to see these positions to be elected that has accountability and ensure that the citizens have a say in it. Maybe those could be the things to do Alberta. Little party here, participating together here. Maybe it's obviously a guy folks, so there will be thinking who's anything other than that. But Michael Mott, who crossed the floor with the CPC to the Liberal Party, he did overnight. He went to the Christmas party. It was very shady how it happened. He didn't even pay for his tickets reported to the sort of Christmas party. But what does it take to cross the floor? Is it really, he goes, I'm just trying to represent my constituents, or is there something more to it? Because this is a political risk. It happens where Flora Proctor is re-elected, but it's rare. It's very rare. More commonly, the Flora Proctor is not re-elected. So something may have happened, some deals made, some commitments were given, but now Frank one seat away from having his majority. Alright, so the Global Edmonton wrote this article that the Alberta Teachers Association accuses provincial government of bad faith bargaining. Hate the media. The parts that you leave out is, I don't think that the provincial government's negotiating bad faith. In fact, the deal that they offered was accepted by the nurses in Alberta. Same deal. So the teachers union here is pushing harder than reasonable, in my opinion. But in addition to that, my quote here is, you were joking, right? Step one, collect $1 million from the BC Federation of Teachers to fight Alberta Bill 2. There's a link on the ATA website itself. It's called Red Egg 2. It's a bit of a project that they're doing where they show that the BC Federation of Teachers is going to donate up to $1 million to fight Bill 2, which was an notwithstanding clause for the teachers to go back to work that bill. Step two, run a coordinated campaign to recall 44 MLAs who voted for Bill 2. There's a website, operationvoterrecall.ca. They're up to 21 recalls in the signature stage now, including Premier Smith herself. So they've been very effective of getting the recall started. Not completed, but started. Step three, complain to the government you're trying to recall is acting in bad faith. Enough of this. It's time for Premier Daniel Smith and the Alberta UCP party to consider right-to-work legislation. Because I think it's really silly that they're using the media to complain about the government offering the same deal that the nurses done and calling it bad faith while they're trying to recall everybody using money out of BC. So I think this APA is pretty ridiculous. I think it's time for right-to-work. And if teachers have the right to join the ATA or not, or to start up another union, then I think we would see a very different unionized system here for teachers, one that actually represents teachers and does proper negotiation and doesn't spend a bunch of money on trying to move governments or the NDP to go with the NDP. As the trustee candidate, what are your thoughts on this?
It was very interesting having the conversations about the teachers with the teachers. I think children should be, as much as I complain about quality education and the economic control, I don't think in school, we had the 3 months it needs to be in place to ensure that life goes on, training students, things like that. I'm not a fan of using the media to be lying and to be pushing agenda, to be funding and to be funding certain things. But no, I think it's right that I decided with the government on this year, getting the teachers back in.
They went about the BC Federation, coughed up $1 million to fight an Alberta bill.
Hey, a job. Yeah, let's apply for a job. Let's apply for a job. Let's apply for a fucking job.
Alberta, and it is a different, so it is a proper term.
That's too many dirty figures already, and now a very sticky pipe. That should be out of control. Doesn't really make sense, you know. Like the CBC.
And why don't people build a port?
There! There's another drug one!
Every year, I don't need a job. When you add it up, by looking at tax, GST, carbon tax, overhead, hidden tax, duplicate,
Because what I learned after 30 years of being married is that the worst thing that can happen to a man is to sleep with an enemy. I'll tell you why. Because when I'm facing you, you'll knock me up front when you hit you with the Bible. Right? But when you go to bed and you close your eyes, you have no idea what's going on. And that terrifies me. So I make my choice very early in life to make peace with my wife, and we're on the good terms. I can sleep peacefully. So there's two things. Well, the first one is I haven't achieved that. My wife is evil. When I sleep at night, she connects tubes to my body. She goes, 500 pages past the life, I don't even have time to read tubes to my body, and she steals my youth and it's just really, I haven't figured out. And she's so beautiful, and I know why. No one believes me, but I'm sure she's more beautiful than she's stunning. And I have to tell you, she's my wife, not my daughter. And I have to keep reminding people that. But I wanted to say this. There was a Italian cook, forgive me for the mispronunciation, they had created it to remove God from any mention of God. It was, that's right, he's stuck in my room, stuck in my room, stuck in my room, this is my dungeon, stuck in my room, stuck in my room, I love my fucking room, this is my room, it's beautiful fucking city, fuck all that, your heart desire, what heart desire, shit. So what they did, actually, they would bring his stuff and they would say this is from the Communist Party. So they would China that communism. In Russia, they didn't do it anymore, but in Russia, I heard stories where they had opened the ceilings. Because they say, pray to God for pennies. And it was God bless you, Pastor, God bless you. And it was happening. Freedom, studying, to grow up studying. And they would open the heart and would throw the candies and say, you see, God is dead, but Stalin is alive. Nothing is new under the sun. The same tactics that they have been using before they are using today. The brainwashing of the kids, the misinformation, the lie after lie. Truth is like a pillar. It stands on its own. A lie has to always be supported by all lies. Propaganda, misinformation, disinformation, and terror, fear. Because lie cannot stand on its own. It has to be supported by fear. What do we see right now is terror, is fear. They're telling you to put your mask on. Let's just talk just a little bit about the tactics. Let's talk about it. Go ahead. So, I'm tempted to say get out. Let's just talk a little bit about masks, because that's a fascinating topic. I studied history of slavery. And what I find fascinating about what I'm seeing right now is that the symbols of slavery are identical to what we are seeing right now. There were many times where the slaves were told or commanded or forced to wear a mask, a muzzle. Why? Because there was a clear message to break a man. They had to break his spirit, his soul, his mind. And this is what they're saying. Put a muzzle on. Put a muzzle on, because you have no identity. You have no name. We don't care about you. We don't care about you. We don't care who
We know that this stupid thing doesn't work at all. It's useless as anything. I'm really patient. You guys put a fire ban. But this is all I fucking have. All these fucking crevices in a history growing up with them one shit. Because in order to implement slavery, they need to remove what? Opposition. What is your crazy way? So that's why you got Walmart's open, that's why you got IKEA's open, Costco, right? Amazon open. Because the that's the small businesses never really. Bye-bye, Costco. Thank you. Update only. Update only. Update only. It don't stop. Update now. Update now. Update now. Destiny. Water. The destiny. Destiny, 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 my destiny, my destiny, my monster, my destiny, my game, it's my game, what I'm dreaming, this is my destiny, my destiny, oh, server's back, I got me back to Iron Banner, oh, Iron Banner, leave me alone, leave me alone, I want to put you're a Sakota, is he, come on, please, okay, oh, Iron Banner, yeah, leave me alone, I want to play my banner, I want to play my Iron Banner, leave me alone, 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 leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I want to play my Iron Banner. Leave me alone. I want to play my Iron Banner. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. No. Headphones to top. Headphones top. Yes, destiny. Destiny. Iron Banner. Yes, destiny. Iron Banner. Iron Banner's no good. Yes, destiny. Iron Banner. Yes. Yes. It's killing the moments in the phone. Yes. 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 Update. The volume's here too. Update. You download. Update. I think that's the window. How many minutes? 5 minutes. Good. I'm gonna wait 5 minutes. I play my destiny. I'll bring that thing up here about sleeping. No, not now. I will bring it in 5 minutes. I'll take a while. Downloading now. Yeah. Destiny. Iron Banner. Dungeon. It's my dungeon. Saskatchewan River. Copy file for Iron Banner. Leave me alone. I want to play my Iron Banner. I will get stuck. I'm in my room. This is my room. This is my dungeon. Destiny. Destiny. Time for destiny.
Oh, they got snowball fights! Yay, they got snowball fights! Yay, I'm gonna have a snowball fight! Yay! Yay, I'm gonna fucking throw snowballs now at these some bitches! I'm gonna throw fucking snowballs now! They're gonna die! Like fucking bitches! It's so much goddamn fucking fun! It's time for a snowball fight. Who wants to have a snowball fight with me? Who wants to have a snowball fight? Who wants to have a snowball fight? Yeah, it's so fun fucking. Who wants to have a snowball fight? Yeah. Yeah, now we're gonna have a snowball fight fucking. Look, they're playing snowball fight fucking bitch. Snowball fight. Let's have a snowball fight. Okay, who had the first snowball? Hey, look at the snowball. Yeah, look at the snowball. Fuck you, bitch. Yeah, I love it. Look at the snowball. Right to the snowball at you. Yeah, hey, this is fucking so much goddamn fucking goddamn not fun anymore. Then we're going to throw the next snowball. Okay. Let's throw another snowball. Then we're going to throw another one. Let's throw another snowball. I'm going to throw another snowball, another snowball, another snowball, another snowball. Super. Whee! Snowball fight. Let's have a snowball fight. Snowball fight. Snowball fight. I got him. I got snowball for you. Whee! Snowball. Whee! Snowball. Whee! Oh, snowball. Super snowball. Yay! No, this is, I love, this is Destiny. So much fucking fun when you're having fun. Let's go have some fun. I'm going to throw a snowball. A snowball. Throw snowballs. Whee! Snowball.
Snowball fight. Whee! Snowball fight. Snowball fight. Oh, you got me there. Snowball fight. Snowball fight. Snowball fight. Whee! Snowball fight. Man. Snowball fight. Snowball fight. Snowball fight. Snowball fight. Snowball fight. Whee! Snowball fight. Bradley, look for the snowball fight. Whee! Hey, snowball fight. Snowball fight, bitches. Snowball fight. Whee! Snowball fight. Yeah, look at this. I can hold it. It's snowball fight. See? One hand. Whee! Look at this. Yeah, done, you did. I'm doing this one, so I say
You have to accept my resignation. And they were unanimous. You know, I was thinking I told my wife I might have to find another job. But they were unanimous. They weren't threatened. There was a willingness on their part. And even the landlord was in agreement. Like, gave that building to the board a long time ago. Go for it. Yeah, something else that was cool. So at that point, I realized what took me up. I felt like Uncle Tommy was trying to help.
So you guys didn't explain what happened.
But the real mystery was your irritating skin. He's always with you. You know, my instincts better. I want to react when I irritate residents.
And it's
I leave him because I like him. But I leave him. I don't want to know more scouts. Sorry. No. I don't want my phone no more.
Intensive moisture regulation.
I don't want my phone.
Intense hydration.
No. I want to throw the river.
3 essential ceremonies, 1 factor ingredient therapy. Developed with dermatologists to improvise skin.
Sorry. Woman's thumbs up. Go to the center. Ja przywiozłem parę tutaj kopii.
będzie biała cała, praktyczna.
You know how you learn Finnish? Yeah, I can learn Finnish. How do you learn Finnish fucking? Okay? How do you learn Finnish language fucking? Okay. How to learn Finnish? Okay? How to learn Finnish? Yeah, huh? Fucking bitch. Fucking bored. Fucking bored. How to learn Spanish? How to learn Spanish? Okay.
Hola, Anna. Here I want to learn Spanish, where you can learn all the Spanish you want. You decided to learn Spanish. Here with me, Anna, where to play Spanish. You don't have any excuses. It's free. So the only thing you need is the desire to learn Spanish. In today's class, we're going to go over, we're going to learn 100 expressions that you use every day. 100 expressions in Spanish that will help you face your day, your everyday. Te van a ayudar a enfrentarte. Sí. Maybe you're one of those people who maybe doesn't even say good morning, buenos días.
Buenos días.
Don't say it. You skip your sight away from people. Well, in that case, you may not even want to learn.
Buenos días. Signore, por favor.
Not one of those. Learn more Spanish, talk more, then stay with me because I am going to show you these 100 expressions that will come right perfect for your everyday. Eso espero. Eso espero. I hope so. Eso espero. Espero que no.
Espero que no.
No. I hope not. Espero que no. For example, somebody said last time, parece que va a llover.
Parece que va a llover.
Que va a llover. Parece que va a llover. And I said, espero que no. No, at this time, I'm going to get soaking wet.
No, no.
Espero que no llueva.
Espero que no llueva.
Parece que va a llover. I said, yo dije, espero que no. Todavía no.
Todavía no.
Todavía no.
Todavía no.
Por ejemplo, knocks on the door and says, ¿puedo pasar?
Puedo pasar.
¿Puedo pasar?
Puedo pasar.
¿Puedo pasar?
Puedo pasar.
Todavía no. Todavía no. Last time I wanted to show my sister a blouse and she said, ¿puedo pasar?
Puedo pasar.
No, not yet. Todavía no.
Todavía no.
Pronounce every vowel, every letter. Todavía no. Todavía no. Todavía no. Todavía no. Not yet. No puedo.
No puedo.
I can't. No puedo.
No puedo.
Bueno, no puedo.
No puedo.
I can't. I can ask you, ¿me acompañas? Could you join me? Could you come with me? You can say, no puedo.
No puedo.
Estoy ocupado. No puedo.
No puedo.
Can't. Claro, por supuesto.
Por supuesto.
Una forma. Con gusto.
Con gusto.
It's very casual. Con gusto. Every part. Of course. Of course. Claro.
Claro.
Say, you want to leave your home? Por supuesto.
Por supuesto.
So nice. When I say, con gusto.
Con gusto.
Literally, with pleasure. Con gusto.
Con gusto.
Claro. Por supuesto.
Por supuesto.
Con gusto. Of course. Ya voy. Ya voy.
Ya voy.
Ya voy.
Ya voy.
I'm getting there. I'm on my way. I'm coming. Ya voy.
Ya voy.
Ya voy. Ya voy. Exasperated, happy, whatever. I'm coming. Ya voy. You know what? Ya voy. I am leaving.
Yeah.
What is the difference?
I'm leaving for fucking Europe. No. Fuck this shit.
Ya me voy. Que no, ya me voy. Ya me voy. No. Ya me voy.
Ya me voy.
I'm tired of teaching Spanish. Ya me voy. I love you with the one you want. Oh, change my mind.
Change my
Ya
mind.
me voy. I am leaving.
Spanish is fine. Ya voy. Ya me voy.
Por el momento, por favor. I decided to come back after not knowing how to defend myself. Ya regresé, I'm back. Ya regresé, I'm back. Ya regresó. Oh, Ana regresó. She decided she didn't know what else to do with her life except teaching instead. Ya regresó. For me, I would say, ya regresé. Regresé. Ya regresé. I'm back.
I'm back. How's your fever?
Faster, Ana. You're going to be faster. Más rápido. Más is a word. More rapid. Faster. Más rápido. Más rápido. Apúrate. Énfasis en la U. ¿No? Apúrate. When I tell somebody to hurry up, don't tell him or her. Apúrate. Con calma. Con calma. Calma is calmness. So you really are saying with calmness. Last time I was helping my nephew to do his homework, and he was really getting exasperated. I had to tell him, con calma, with patience. Slow down. Easy. Take it easy. Con calma. We're not to let it down.
I can't, but I'm not down here.
Con calma, with calmness. Easy. Slow down. With patience. Con calma. Mi idea. Or, no tengo idea. Or,
Still there? No.
I have nothing. I don't have any idea. I don't know. Mi idea.
Idea?
Other people would use mi idea.
Mi idea.
I'm Spanish to you because it ends with I and starts with I.
Mi idea.
Me. Like, for example, imagine you would say, you. Me. No. Mi idea.
Mi idea.
Mi idea. Mi idea. You might think, oh, I sound weird, I sound strange. That's fine. That's how it is in Spanish. You say, mi idea. Like a very mi idea. And you make the face too. Mi idea. Mi idea. I have no idea what I'm teaching. Lo sabía. I knew it. Lo sabía. I don't know if you've seen George from Seinfeld. He often says, anyway, if I were to do the dubbing for George, then I would say, lo sabía. Lo sabía. Don't get scared into what you have. Lo sabía. I knew it. Now, these two options are quite different, and you often make a mistake with it. So here we're going to make it clear. Por aquí, around here, or this way, around here, por aquí, or this way, por aquí, like following, por aquí, por ahí, that way. Vete por ahí, go that way. Vete por ahí, no ahí. Or ahí, no, ahí. So the H doesn't have a sound. Por ahí, por ahí, por aquí, this way, or around here. It was around here. The key were around here. Estaban por aquí, this way, por aquí, follow this way, that way, por ahí. But you want to tell somebody, don't forget what I told you to do or what I told you to bring, whatever. Don't forget. In Spanish you would say, que no se te olvide. Que no se te olvide. Que no se te olvide. Ana, don't forget. Ana, que no se te olvide. Ay, sí, no se me va a olvidar. Don't forget. Que no se te olvide. Ana, it's very long, right? Especially when you see it in English. It's so short. In Spanish, the whole sentence. But it's very easy to pronounce it. Que has dicho, que no se te olvide, lo olvidé, que no se te olvide, oh, it's not, oh, no, sorry, the letters is not, and guess what? They drop at the end, que no se te olvide, que no se te olvide, so, nice, que no, lo olvidé, mejor, this is a game, right? If that word were in English, you would say major. Major. But because you are speaking Spanish, I don't want to hear any of that too. It's mejor, as if you had a name, imagine. Mejor, better. Mucho mejor, much better. Mucho mejor. Wow. Lesson, Anna. Mucho mejor. I am much better than Harrison. Now I'm going to teach you something very, very Spanish. Very interesting. When you change your mind for yes or for not, like for better or worse, let's say you're going to buy something, you were going to buy something, you were looking at something, I was looking at a coffee, it was really pretty. The guys, touched it, felt it, lo toqué, lo vi, lo sentí, and I was about to buy it. What did I say to myself? Oh no, better not, mejor no. Now maybe it didn't happen, but maybe I left the store and I was like, better yes. So I go back and buy it. That didn't happen, but that happened. I said, mejor sí. See, better yes, better no. And it's when you change your mind, like, mejor no. You know, when you say, I'm not going to buy it, mejor no. I go on it. Mejor sí. Better yes. So, mejor, better, mucho mejor, much better, mejor sí. Oh, mejor no. Mejor no aprendo español. Febreze, your home is your happy place until you come back to bad odors. Use Febreze plugin. It alternates between two complementary scents to 5 odors and provides freshness for up to 50 days. Try Febreze Plug. Lo dudo. Lo quiero. Yesterday, somebody was asking me about a song of Enrique Iglesias. And then I think he wrote it. Like he wrote this song. Creo que la escribió, lo dudo. Not that I have any prejudice, but lo dudo. I doubt it. Sometimes when you're learning Spanish, when you're just starting to learn Spanish, you don't know how to say bye. And then you're talking to some other Spanish native speakers and you don't know how to naturally say, see ya, bye, see you later. A good phrase to use in that context would be, nos vemos. Very casual, yet nice, appropriate, correct, polite. Nos vemos. Nos vemos. You want to be more specific because you know you're going to see people or a person somewhere. You would say, nos vemos en whatever. En la esquina, at the corner. La esquina, the corner. Nos vemos en la casa. See you at home. Nos vemos en la casa. See you at the stop. Maybe at the bus stop, at the taxi stop. Any stop. Nos vemos en la parada. La parada. En la estación. See you at the station. So you could say, just casually, to say farewell, to say bye to people. Nos vemos. Bueno, nos vemos. Nos vemos en la esquina. See you at the corner. Nos vemos en la casa. See you at home. Nos vemos en la parada. See you at the corner. Nos vemos en la estación. Or in the place where you're going to see that person or those people. Nos vemos a la derecha, to the right. A la izquierda, to the left. A la derecha, a la izquierda. For example, if you want somebody to look to the right or to the left, tell this person, voltea a la derecha, turn to your right, turn to your left, voltea a la izquierda, discretamente. Hace calor. It's hot. Hace calor. to somebody who's about to do something. Me encanta, me encanta. Some of you have told me, me encanta tu blusa, I love your blouse, or something, you love it. Me encanta, I love it, me encanta. Some people may want to say, me gusta mucho. Me gusta is for like, I like it. I like it a lot. Me gusta mucho. But if you want to say, I love it, I completely love it. Me encanta, me encanta. Remember, this just means me en. Oh, not me, me encanta. En serio? Really? Seriously? Really? En serio? En serio? Are you serious? Really? Seriously? En serio? Se acabó. It's over. It's finished. Se acabó. Se acabó. Se acabó. It's over. I have an appointment. Tengo una cita. Tengo una cita. I have an appointment. ¿Estás bromeando? ¿Estás bromeando? Are you joking? ¿Estás bromeando? Acabo de llegar. Acabo de llegar. Acabo de llegar. I just arrived. Sometimes people ask you, did you just arrive to somewhere? And people ask you, oh, have you done this? Have you seen this? And you can say, acabo de llegar. Acabo de llegar. Just arrived. Está de moda. It's trendy. Literally, it's on mode. No, it's in the mode. Está de moda. It's trendy. A friend of mine was just telling me how certain clothes that is trendy right now reminds her of the 90s, of the clothes she wore in the 90s. And she told me, está de moda otra vez. It's trendy again. Está de moda. Why? From all these, which one do you like? What? ¿Cuál te gusta? Which one do you like? What? Which one? ¿Cuál? What? When something bothers you, in Spanish you would say, me molesta. It bothers me. Me molesta. Or me molesta mucho. It bothers me a lot. Me molesta. Oh, me molesta mucho. En español, when you introduce somebody from your family, you would say, es mi mamá, or this is my mother, or she is my mother.
Yeah. So I can't even open.
So they can die in comfort and peace peace, that's a good thing. Justice, it's a good thing. So all of those things were recognized by that society that said, okay, we need more volunteers, we need more good people to do good work, and we as the government, we need to give them even more incentives. So in other words, if you're a good, law-abiding citizen that is contributing to the society, we are going to give you a tax break. Because you have to understand, the government is not giving you money. The government is, unless you sell Jesus for silver like we saw during COVID, but let's put that season aside. Normally, the government doesn't give much to the churches, but it gives an incentive that you pay taxes, and in Canada we pay 50% of taxes. So the government says, okay, if you're a good citizen, you pay taxes, you pay a lot of taxes, and we want to give you an incentive. So when you do your good work, you don't have to pay as much. Because you gotta remember, the tax receipt is not that you don't pay taxes. You just pay a little bit less, okay? So also the charitable organizations will receive incentives like you don't pay property tax. Why? Because you don't have this building for your pleasure. You have this building because you're saving lives. You're helping the governments to deal with crises, with problems. Also for the people, because I have been approved by the left about Betty Knight about we should pay taxes, but clergy to pay taxes. We pay taxes. It doesn't matter if you're a priest or if you're a pastor, you pay taxes in Canada. I pay taxes, and I pay a lot of taxes. And then they said it's about 50% for an average Canadian in taxes. You pay taxes for everything. So, going back to the start, something happened. Before we continue, and while I'm talking, maybe check if we're public on Facebook, just so that this can go to as many people as possible, because I think there's not as many people watching right now, because this program sets this to private instead of public, so they're trying to censor. However, I want to establish a few premises before we continue. One is that I assume that we're speaking to believers, we're speaking to Christians already. That's premise number one. Premise number two is that the church is not a building, it is not even an organization or a church with a name. The church is a body of believers, body of Christians that congregate together. We are the body of Christ, we are the church of Christ, we are individual, and yet we are also one together. So that's another premise that's very important when we're talking about this. And another thing that's super important is that the government doing this initially, when they were trying to do a good thing and give churches
Snowball fight, snowball fight, snowball fight, snowball fight, snowball fight, snowball fight. Snowball fight, snowball fight, snowball fight, snowball fight, baby Kaylee, and snowball fight. Snowball fight, where's Iron Banner? Who cares? Whee! Snowball fight, snowball fight, snowball fight, snowball fight, whee! How many snowballs you guys got? 7? 9? 10? Woo! This is fun. Where's Iron Banner? Fucking. Well, I don't know. Who cares? There's no Iron Banner? Fucking. I don't know. You guys, where's Iron Banner? Fucking. Where's Iron Banner? Where is it? Where's Iron Banner? Am I allowed to play? No. Where's Iron Banner? I'm gonna go to Sassy Girl stream. Fucking. Where's Iron Banner? Is there Iron Banner? Is there Iron Banner? Could be, no? No? Okay. No, let's just stay stuck at home. They took it around the system. They need a justice system. There's Iron Banner. I bet last time to break down the justice system wasn't based on the Ten Commandments, was based on the law of God. Everybody on my stream, text me if there's Iron Banner. I want to read something you guys said. Justice. But also, this was all done to excuse the lie that is separation of church and internal pastor. Get him, one, get him. No. No. GG's. They don't want to play better. There's Iron Banner. I'm gonna chat and see Iron Banner. Chat, is there Iron Banner? Is there Iron Banner? See if Sassy Girl, she knows her Iron Banner. I'll bring her back. She says okay. Yeah, at that time. Who's playing Banner? Anybody playing Banner? Check. There should be Iron Banner. That should be Iron Banner for the stream. Okay, let's see. Let's go have a snowball fight and let's go have some snowball fight. I just win in a snowball fight. What you guys are doing in a snowball fight, huh? You guys want to have a snowball fight? And then 20 days of the rank up. Okay, let's go have more snowball fights. Yeah, let's go have fun. Let's go have some more snowball fights. Let's go have some more fucking snowball fights and fuck off, everyone. Snowball fight. My iPhone, you're going in the garbage. Not my phone, you're going in the fucking garbage. You're going in the fucking garbage. Phone, you're gonna go in the fucking garbage. You're gonna go in the fucking garbage. You're gonna go in the fucking garbage. Let's see, Crucible, I have Banner. No, I don't. Snowball fight. Is there no dungeons out there? Fucking this is the dungeons, who cares? I see the Dawn, Snowball Fight, Control, Call, Rumble, let's see, Dungeon, Dawning, Fire Team Ops, Arena, Crucible, Rumble, Control, Call, Momentum Control, Rumble, and Party Matches. Okay. Eva's Holiday, okay, Hair Lopez down, you want to, Donald gets you, oh, they get you this album, oh, that's cool. That's so fun. It's so fun. Okay, let's go have some more snowball fights, chat. Let's go have some more snowball fights. Let's go have some more snowball fights. Oh, I'm gonna upgrade my artifact too. Okay. I'm gonna upgrade my artifact. Two people in the street. Okay, who's with me in this snowball fight? Cash. And fucking. And
4 snowballs, 5 snowballs, 6 snowballs, 7 snowballs, 8 snowballs. There's another snowball. There's one more snowball. There's another snowball. There's one more snowball. Another snowball. Another snowball. Another snowball. Another snowball. Another snowball. Another snowball. Oh, freaking on me. Oh, fuck, you got me. Dude, I got 4 snowballs left. Yeah, we're winning 23-7. Check. More snowballs. Fuck yeah. Hey. Snowballs. Oh, oh, I got him. There's 3 more. Get him. Oh, my God. Snowball. Oh, fuck! This guy did another snowball at me. What the fuck? Oh, yes! Let's go. Oh, damn. I'm going to do that with the football. I'm going to do football. Oh, fuck, I'm going to hurt it on you with this football. Let's go. Oh, almost. Hey, there you go, good. Oh, toss it, let me go. Let's get it. Oh, walking on the super football. Oh, nice. I got 6. Yes. Another one. I got another grader. Yeah. Another snowball. Another one. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I got a dark frosty with you. Let's go. I like this dog, man. It's so fun.
bitches, let's go, and I'm trying to fucking teach you. It's fucking fire. What line speed is this? 62. Ooh. And then my nearest number is 66. And we'll have another snowball for it, but let's have some fun. Yeah. Okay, you know what, in the chat, I think we need some pastor on because this Pucha is fucking sick. Or Pucha is fucking Pucha. We need different churches that you want these pastors, you're all sick. Or we need your blessing, we need your blessing. We need your other following. Each one, we need your blessing. Okay, so what is happening right now? So before we get into, because I think you're going to go into the effectiveness, what this is actually causing right now, why? I want to get into the why before we go into what's that causing now, what's happening now. Why do you think the churches are complying with this? Why do you think they're going just under the radar? They don't want to break that rule that the government has set out, which is you can't talk about certain issues because we deem them political, therefore you can't talk about them. Why do you think they're complying and allowing the government to do this? Why do you think they're not breaking that and getting the general backside as we know? Why are they doing this? Oh, Stasser is very simple, but I mean, we have a perfect example in the city of Calgary, very bad. He is a local pastor that was exposing, as you know, the pedophilia, the grooming of the children. And for that, he was arrested, he was imprisoned, and he was eventually released on bail. So he is on house arrest right now, on bail, and from time to time, the government, not the government, he is still the church. So the government will not always allow us to know from time to time why he will be able to go to church. So bye-bye. Like, I have your $90 an hour, but I can't find a job that even hire me fucking do. You know, I've got a permit for us that you just. I applied for a government. You're not getting any job, this cocksucker, fucking bitch. You fucking bastards. You want to give their people. Oh, you want to give their guys who came from other country by born here. They don't want to give me a fucking job. They think I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking retard bitch. I'm a retard bitch. You sure with this bitch cocksucker? Fuck off. Fuck off.
real reason you're stiff after sitting.
You can live a very long time. Well,
This is how to drain stuck mucus from your lungs fast. Take a look at these 2 lung scans. They both look healthy.
Yeah, alright. Alright, let's see if there's anybody available for calls in states.
You should be talking about them more, because they might be the big ones that our nation is sick with. And if you're so why are they on this? Because now they need to appease their donors. They need the money to keep flowing in. Otherwise, how are they going to function? How are they going to continue it? And how I want to do it.
Your parents have given you some amazing gifts, but what about the inherited ones? Celebrate them with ancestry DNA, the simple test.
Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth.
must be this.
Citizens that are interested in the direction that they're making it supporting, just in the same way that we are. So the kids that live in this community are disheartening when they see these sporting events. And, last year we saw people
to DEI. I read this journal, I don't know if I have it on my phone anymore. The New South Wales police, who absolutely whose response to the Bondi Beach massacre was nothing more invested in going there's going to be a reckoning about that. But they're only committed to DEI over there in the New South Wales police force, just like they are in every police force across the Western world. But they actually have, they had a rapid response team of people that, linguistically diverse police officers. Well, I had a couple of linguistically diverse police officers in the rapid response team. How did they do dealing with active shooters? Like, were they able to keep their job at their best? Because when you look at the maps of the Bondi Beach massacre and where the police station, it's a 3-minute walk. It's literally a 1.5-minute drive from where this was going on. It took them 22 minutes, maybe less with the diversity hires in policing and more actual public safety. You know what I mean? A concentration on public safety. Maybe that's what we should concentrate on.
Absolutely. One of the female cops was basically cowering in behind a vehicle and just refusing to go out and disarm the active shooter. Women have no different, and we need to stop living in this la-la land that gender is a social construct, because it's not. And there's a reason why we have masculine men and feminine women, and this is case in point. You see it unfold in these situations where you need strong, brave men to go out and face an imminent threat. And if they're not there to take that on, the society suffers and crumbles.
Exactly. Did I hear correctly that the hero who disarmed the shooter at Bondi Beach was actually shot by police? You know what I mean? As these events sort of unfold, you get waves of information. You're not quite sure where things are landing, but here we are dealing with this hero in the hospital, and then it turns out that he was shot by police. Make it make sense, you guys. Make it make sense.
Yes, please. Please, somebody send us a super chat, make it make sense. See what we do have.
I will send you a super chat. I got what? Money.
But JP, Alberta first.
I'm doing my job. I don't got money. I won't send you super chat. Jesus is right. I got the money. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Sure, I love you guys. Bye. Good job. I won't send you super chat. I just want to take the money. You fucking Canadian fucking job. Did you go out of your Canadian job? Come on, I'm saying you didn't give me a fucking job, you dumb. Fucking bitch. good sniper. Hey, Tori's on fucking Tori. Come on, Tori. Oh, right. Come on, Tori. Control. Cap A. Put the cap on. Okay. Go, boys, go, boys, go, 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 go. Snowball fight slave, yay. Blue dungeon, yay. Dawning event, yay. I don't see Banner go, but I don't know who it is. Well, who cares? I'll check Sassy, going you on later. I'll check your stream maybe on Banner, but I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, well, my headset's charging right now, so it's kind of fucked. Oh, fuck you, got me. No. Oh, yes, another bounty gun. Yay, fucking right. That's it. I got another bounty gun. Let's go. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, he got me. Where do you go? Oh, get around here. We got another cap B. Cap it. Put a cap on. Cap on. Cap on. There's a word here. Don't go AFK. Maybe you know what happened. Yay. What do you mean? I don't know. I got Dumbledore. Yay. Ooh, bullet spray. Oh, fuck, got me. Get away! Oh, no. No, he's actually, oh, that's all good. Got shields, okay. Yes, got him. Ooh, another bounty done. How many is that? 7? Ooh, good. I got my super. I got my super. It's got it. Let's go. Oh, yeah. I got it. Let's stop riding. I don't pop rift. Let that be. Oh, they got frozen. Yep, I got him. Okay. just enjoying this nice stream. Oh, fuck. What's my season not come back? No, I'm not 63, but we'll do some comp, and then we'll do some snowball fights, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do that. We'll just have fun. Just enjoy everything. Oh, hey, buddy. Oh, I gotta glitch you. He goes across the map for me. I'm 1415. Got the deuces. It's good. Hey, Thanks, want to see me? I will see. Or me. Oh, not my bad. I should do it harder. Sorry. I threw that knee not even fucking 2 feet, man. Just like I threw the snowball, not even 2 feet. Oops. Not bad. I like the sniper, though. It's good. The sniper's pretty good. GG's. Throw that key in the head. What's this permafrost? What is that even in? I should have on it. It's fucking rubbish. Okay, next on, yeah, I got to spin off account because it was too long because it fucking. Okay. Snowball fight. Snowball fight. Time to have a snowball fight. Time to have a snowball fight. I'm not having snowball fight. Snowball fight. Let's have some snowball fights. Yay, so fun. The fucking snowball fight. Who cares? Snowball fights are good. Yeah, it's good for the invites and those guys. Snowball fight, who wants to have a snowball fight? You guys want to have a snowball fight? Let's go have snowball fights. Snowball fights, snowball fights, snowball fights, snowball fights. Snowball fights. Who's in my stream? 3 people? Okay, good. Thank you guys for chilling. Come to the stream. You guys support me fucking, that's all. You guys as well, I got fuck you guys in the stream. That's all I have, I got nothing. I got users, but hey, I just got streaming, which is good. It's good. Fun. I love streaming. I love streaming for you guys. I don't know, it's